All right, welcome to my stream. It's the 3 minutes past 8. Apparently, it didn't auto start the stream. The recording started, but the stream didn't. So go figure. Anyway, it looks like it's streaming now. So this is my virtual trading journal. It captures everything that I am seeing in video, obviously, and then my voice provides some insight as to what I was thinking. I believe journaling is important, but I don't multitask well, so to be clicking and snapping and typing and doing all those kinds of things while I'm focused on trading is not a good idea for me. There's no financial advice or trade advice here. There's a disclaimer in the description you should read, or whatever you want to do. Let's see. It's I stream this high def at 1440p, 60 frames per second. So if you're looking at it and it looks a little bit blurry or whatever, go hit the gear button and up the ante. It should be crystal clear in high def. Let's see. I am not monetized in any way here on the stream. It's the purpose of this is exactly what I said, is to be a completely transparent and accountable record of my journey here. And no trades are taken off stream. That's why the stream lasts from now, 8 o'clock in the morning, until 1500, which is the cash close every day, Monday through Friday. And that's about it for that. So let's look at the numbers here. Nothing to report, actually, to be honest about it. There's one number this morning. This is earnings, and the Palantir is out, and then basically nothing after that. And all of the reporting except for 4 companies are reporting after the close. So there's 4 of them this morning, and there's 3 after the close. And there is 1 factory orders at 9 o'clock in terms of orders. And there's nothing on financial juice, which is scary, because that, in my view, that heightens the random risk potential of, the folks who are real excited and friendly with cameras and microphones, getting on there and saying something. This unbelievable crap here of, firing the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because they don't like the numbers aren't what somebody thinks. That's not how it works. The numbers, if they bring into question the validity and the reliability of the reporting of America, financial reporting, they have jumped down a slippery slope which they probably cannot recover from, or our country as an economy. I don't think these guys really fully grasp what they're up to, or the gravity of the situation, perhaps. I don't know. That's my feelings, okay, but that's also the reflected feelings of people who are extremely astute in finance and experience that I know without a doubt, know what they're talking about. From Tom Sosnoff through the whole list of people. So it's a real scary time right now, I think. Okay. Pre-market. Well, this is the overnight. Not much question what's going on there, is there? But when you look at it in the bigger picture, Friday was a horrendous gap down and sell down, and we haven't even recovered Friday yet in the overnight. So this is where we are. This will not be a gap opening, probably. Maybe. Anyway, this is IRT, and this is Bookmap. So I'll get back to my normal cadence here. This is the ES, the mini NQ, and this is the micro composite chart of the mini ES and the market profile. I also track the micros, but the same exact configuration. So, and then quote page, quote word. So right now, right here, right now, we're trading right here, which is just barely in previous range. This is the previous RTH session here. And this is the current overnight. This is where we closed, and that was our trade. And this is the current ETH session. We are below, we're well above the nearest. No, we're not. Actually, we're below the nearest micro composite VPOC, which is here. I didn't update, bring this volume profile across because this is an outlier. It's an island, right? The way these work is this is a RTH session. These are daily bars. Wherever price overlaps, I draw the volume profile around them. By so doing, it generates a market micro composite VPOC, high and low and all those kind of things. But this guy's out here by himself now. Thank you so much for the job numbers, which we all knew were bad, and the economy isn't that good. And then to compound the problem, then we have the result, or the reaction from inside the beltway there. I don't know what to call them anymore. Pretty every time something happens is more shocking than the last. I don't know what to think. Anyway, so that's where we are as far as the pre-market goes. And now, if we jump back over here to Bookmap, this is the micro composite column where I manually enter these values, the POC and this was a gap high that we never even got close to, and a gap low, etc. Above here is the all-time high, whatnot. This is the high and low volume nodes column. Oh, I forgot to mention that over here. These red and green lines, which represent the high and the low volume nodes of the micro composite volume profile, push automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices. There we go. Now, there is no high and low volume node here because we're so far below that previous volume profile. This is the full session volume profile. Started at 1700 last night. This is the RTH session profile, which will reset today at 8:30. A notes column, which I rely on quite a bit. And the first thing I always do is change the title of this column to reflect the open type. And right now, what I suspect we're going to do is be higher in range. Oh, well, I might as well get this over here where it works, right? Higher in range. How do you determine the open type? Very simple. Only two criteria. If we were to open right here, right now, this would be the open. Where does that open compare to the previous RTH close? Right here. We're higher than the close. And we are, there's the RTH high. RTH low is way below us. We are within range. We are higher in range. That's it. This is the IRT column with session prices. And the heat map. Now, on the heat map or on IRT, there's no indicators. There is a POC for the full session and for the RTH session, and the POC is just the marker of the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, period. There's a VWAP for Globex and for the POC, for the RTH. There's a mid for the RTH. And then there are high and low IB high. Let's see if we can find one here. There's the IB low, and the IB high is right up here buried under the open. IB high and low are just old acronyms from the market profile days for initial balance. What that really means, what they really represent, is the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. Nothing's magical, nothing's mysterious. Everything is just statistics, math. In this, the case of the POC, it's the price where the most contracts have traded. Simply, you can see it right here. You can see when that's going to probably change, because you see one of these levels building up to where it is currently. You know what I mean? It's real straightforward and real normal. The statistics now are higher in range, right? So the statistics are derived from this study. Here's where we opened Friday, lower out of range. There's 4 types: higher out of range, higher in range, lower in range, lower out of range. Gap down, gap up. That's all there is. After we open, IRT will highlight the correct open type, but we've just figured out that it's likely going to be higher in range. The study looks back at 2,000 days. Of these 2,000 days, we opened higher in range 603 of those days. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 504 times, 83.6%. Overnight volume point of control, 83.6. Whoop, that's all there is to it. And then we will simply go down the list of these prices. The next one is the overnight mid, 77.3. Let's see how to do this without screwing it up. 77.3. Overnight mid is lurking somewhere around here. I don't see it yet. It's a yellow guy, and it's probably below us, I'm guessing. Well, it's under something, right under here, I think. There it is. 77.3, was it? Yep. Okay. That's probably a little off, actually. Likely okay. All right. The next one is the overnight high, and that's 75%. So let's go up here to the overnight high, ETH high, 75.0. And that's all there is to it. Now, I'll continue on and put the rest, some others in that I think are important, like, say, previous close is 71%. I've jumped a little bit here. Previous close is 71%. Previous close we just had here somewhere. Wherever that went, right there, 71%. This naked volume point of control here is and coincidentally settlement, is the location of the point of control for the last RTH auction In this case today, it is from last Friday. So this is the price at which the POC was when we closed Friday. By definition, then, it is the most recent RTH auction naked volume point of control, and that's why I mark it like that. IB high, POC, IB low, blip, blip, blip. Overnight low is 50.1. Well, that's down here, so let's hit that one. Typically, we run through them kind of on the overnight volume point of control, then the mid, then the overnight high, then the overnight low, and or low, depending on which direction we're moving. And then the previous ones, that's kind of how it usually happens. These are not hard and fast lines in the sand. They are statistics. Looking back at 2,000 days. And what's that favorite saying that everybody doesn't pay attention to? Past performance is not indicative of future results. Very important statement that most everybody just blows off, but should not do so. All right, so we've got our statistics in. Now what's going on here? It's about time for the TLab snap, so we'll do that. And then we'll come back to some other stuff here. The TLab. What is that? Well, I do 2 snaps a day religiously for a place called the Traders Lab. And as soon as I get to where I'm going, and you'll understand why I do the stream, is because this is how I multitask. Not very well, eh? The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. It's completely free. You need to, of course, join the bookmap Discord server. Football, of course you do. But once you do so, navigate to this place right here, the Traders Lab by Tom B. Now, that's the only room or chat room or whatever you call it in the bookmap Discord area or any other place except here at my stream that I recommend you go. And I do that because it's the only place I go. I have been to 2 other bookmap Discord sites or rooms, and they were pretty much typical. The guy was trying to sell something, 3 words out of his mouth. In the Traders Lab, Tom B is the guy who runs it, leads it, however you say it. He's a professional trader with about 46 years experience. Nothing is for sale. You will never be solicited for anything. To this date, anyway. Including bookmap, which is pretty incredible. So that's why I recommend it. And I think that he doesn't trade live, nor does he call trades. But I believe that he's the genuine article and that he is truly interested to try to help people become good traders. And I think that that's pretty rare these days. So that's why I recommend it. And every day I take this time to put out the recommendation. I make 2 snaps in there for sure every day. I put the numbers in around 6, and then I do that snap at with all of these numbers here, like this, so that folks can have an idea of all the numbers that are going on and where we sit and stuff like that. I used to be a lot more active in there, but how in chat rooms the crowds kind of change, and certain people are now real vocal, and so I just back off a little bit. Plus, I'm doing the stream, so I'm focused on my trading and improving, and that's what the purpose of the stream is about. Which, incidentally, was suggested by Tom. I mean, that's He said, I don't know whether he recommended OBS or not, but it is free and it works great. And the importance of narrating the day and journaling your trading. So we're all on the same page, I believe. So that's the TLab by Tom B. Now, what else would be important? Well, probably being able to trade, right? Today's a little funky for me, and I'll explain why in a minute. But the first thing you need to be able to do to trade with Bookmap is you need to activate the trade control panel right here. And that turns this thing, opens this thing. Then you need to select which way you want to interact with Bookmap to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place your mouse is active for trading is in this active data column right here. You see how it's a $sign, and the minute you move across that line, it's an arrow. That's the active data column. If you choose DOM, then only the DOM columns are active and not the active data column. If you choose both, well, you can trade on both. I believe that I used to always trade with a keyboard, and I have my hotkeys all set up. They work in all three of those configurations. The only thing that you have to be sure of is that you have the focus of the computer on the application on Bookmap application before you try to use hotkeys. Otherwise, it doesn't work, which is absolutely normal and not a bug. And that's a normal any kind of an OS, whether it be iOS or Windows, it's the same thing. So there's that. Anyway, I've selected that. Now, what I need to do here is I believe and use multi-brackets, and I use a risk-neutral trade management philosophy and setup. And the way it works is real simple. You have to start with an even number of contracts in the package. The stop for the entire package is at one location. The minute you have this figured out and established, then the risk-neutral first profit target scale is already set because it is for the same amount of ticks as is the stop negative, and it's for half of the package in terms of contracts. Then the runner is what's left. Four contracts? Ooh, 4 contracts, 12 ticks. 2 contracts, half the package for the same number of ticks positive as the stop is negative. Then you can divide the runners up into 2 further profit targets, and so on and so on. Get up to 10 if you want to, or whatever it is. But it needs to be an even number so that you can take off half the package for risk neutral. Now, the important part of this philosophy is the split second that you achieve this first profit target risk neutral scale, the trade is risk neutral. The worst you can possibly do is scratch. Unless you have a real problem and move your stop away from entry, which is, then you've got a lot bigger things to deal with than figuring out your profit target. The stop placement is up to your homework and how your risk parameters for your account and how you determine this to be the correct amount of ticks or a stop in this current environment, volatility, all those things. That's something you need to do, and I recommend that you do that during your study and homework period away from the live market. I don't believe that anybody should be changing their trade plan and stuff like that during the trading session. I don't think that works. At least it doesn't for me. Next to all, I usually, and I prefer to use the multi-account thing, but there's a problem here. So I'm not able to do that. You notice that 3 of those accounts say not available. Bookmap, what do you call them? So I'm going to leave this alone. Oh man, my eyes. I'll leave this alone for now. And I'll tell you why. Last Friday, this account, let me start from the beginning. This is a TopStep combine exercise I'm doing here. And the idea is to completely capture on video, absolute transparency and accountability, the entire process from zero to hero, right? From zero to XFA and funded. Now, so this, and this is one, obviously it's one account, and I have 4 others, which it automatically copies to with that multi-account. So if I take one trade here, and that risk neutral package, if both targets are hit, it's 60 ticks. And then you take, then those other 4, it turns out to be 60 times 5 or 300 ticks. So that's how that works. Now it's going along quite nicely. I've got about 1 trade left for all 5 to be past the combine and XFA. I try to figure out how to show those accounts somehow, and I don't typically look at that stuff or the TopStep book dashboard or whatever on this machine. So I apologize for that in a way, and I'll figure it out. I don't guess it really matters, but anyway. Last Friday, TopStep had a big problem, and they're still trying to sort it out. So 3 of the 5 accounts are not pulling through and available to Rhythmic here yet. Now, I'm assuming that will be corrected today, because this kind of bizarre to me, but their support people didn't work over the weekend, apparently, or at least that was the email I got. So we'll see what happens today. So I will not be trading this account today until I get some notification from them that this has been fixed, because I don't want to suddenly have the 2 accounts that are pulling through past the XFA, and then those other 3 are living out there in no man's land with, a couple $300 left and then to pass. Maybe that's just crazy thinking or anal on my part. I don't know, but that's the way it works. Now, we have just opened while I'm busy talking. Sorry about that. And of course, that reset, but not properly. 49 minutes late. It was supposed to reset exactly at 8:30. What I will do now, and we did open higher in range. So what I will do now is, did we catch this guy? Where's the open going to be? Open is up here. Oh, it's all screwed up. Boy, this is irritating. There we go. There's the open. All right. So what I'm going to start doing now is flagging the volume, migrating volume points of control. Boop. Which is what I do. I will also, this is really screwed up. And this is a problem I've been dealing with for a month or more now, and I've talked about it ad nauseum, and I don't know what to do, and I've pinged Bookmap, and, nobody seems to care about it but me. And then I can do that, and now I do get a proper calculation. Why it's not resetting, it did for years, and then all of a sudden it doesn't. So, there you go. So here's our full session volume, or our RTH session volume profile, and here's the full session, which is a little darker yellow. I'm kind of on my back foot now, because I was busy jabbering about the, come on, you son of a bitch, there we go. I was busy jabbering about this thing, and now I've got to reset these to the day session only. I think I'll get rid of gold. I mean, it's really disappointing that I would need to. I only have 4 instruments, on Bookmap, and I've seen people's desktops or whatever you call it, with like 50 of them on there. And this computer is what I thought when I built it was more than adequate to run anything I do. And that seems to be a big wrong assumption on my part. I build my own machines, trading machines, and to give, and I pick what I think are the correct. I do that because I figure if I build them myself, I save that labor so I can increase the quality or whatever it is, RAM or something of what I'm buying. And this particular machine, I unfortunately went with Intel i9 12900K rather than a Ryzen, which is what I have been using. And I think that that's the root problem of the whole shooting match, to be honest with you. So what are we doing here with the ES? Well, we've opened and we're trading straight up. Will that continue to be the case? I don't know. Seems like they're pretty excited about trading up there, doesn't it? Another part of the workflow I've been doing lately, which kind of helps me out, and I'll explain that. I draw a vertical line at the open session start each session, and that way I don't have to look at the bottom and read. I can just see the line and know where the start of the session was, and I try to keep the entire session on this chart until I'm ready to zoom in because I've anticipated a point approaching that I would interact with the market. This way I keep the entire session in front of me, and I have that keeps me grounded and with perspective, right? Scale and perspective. Let's see what else is going on here. Well, the stream seems to be trickling down the hill, so that's good. I don't know why the hell it didn't start, but it didn't. So what? There we go. It's streaming now, I think. Let's see about the audio. Yeah, the audio sounds fine. I don't have speakers in here. It's quiet, but I have a headset that I have the stream running on it in one of my upper monitors from another machine. And kind of make sure everything is happening as I expected to. That's kind of threw me today. That's what actually alerted me today, the fact that it hadn't started as it normally should, because it was still waiting, and I was already recording and what looked to be streaming, but yeah, it's good that I did that, I guess. Good morning. Happy Monday, the 4th of August. It's going to be a rodeo, I guess. Things keep getting more goofy over here, or shall I say more Banana Republic-ish. Yeah, We're going to be pumping Venezuelan oil, and the president is firing people that he doesn't like, because the numbers came out that he didn't like, having nothing to do with reality, or saying, oh, we got to really focus on this job thing and the numbers and what, but his reaction is to say it's fake news and fire the guy. Lifetime professional governmental employee, or whatever you call him, Unreal. Truly third world. And I've lived in the third world a lot of my adult life, so I'm real familiar with it. The majority of my adult life, actually. And I see that his friend, the ruler of El Salvador, has just had himself made ruler for life. He's had his boys there in the, whatever they call it, the Congress, or whatever they call their, their bodies. I think they have two, as we do. I'm not sure they're called Senate and Republic. I'm not that familiar with it, but they passed a bill that there's no more term requirements for president, so he can just be there for in his little banana republic for as long as he wants. And of course, that sounds real good to our guy, so that's even more scary, I think. Pretty freaking weird. I never thought I would see the likes of it, that's for sure. Any of this stuff. And this is just about the craziest. The market is pretty crazy too, pretty frothy. Let's see what happens here. It's now here is a micro composite, right? We've already gone over that. Is RTH session only, daily bars, wherever they overlap, I draw a volume profile around them. Here's the last one. Here was Friday, and here's today. Now, there we are. And this black volume profile over here is the granddaddy, and it is for the entire ES continuous contract starting at September 29th of 2021. You see where we are. Now we've got both POCs migrated together up here. That was pretty quick. And you see that why I'm saying this is just math and common sense. 5,004 contracts have traded here at 63.20. That's why the POC's here. It is the price at which the most contracts have traded. The split second that one of these numbers is 5,005. Well, it just went up. Sorry. Is higher than this one by one contract. The POC will move there. That's all there is to it. It gives you the impression of something more important by the fact that I can keep it as a continuously plotting line. I do that because I want to see how we are migrating with the POC. But in reality, it's just the price at which the most contracts have traded, period. We have not taken out the overnight volume point of control. Now, notice that it's moved up just before we opened, right? So that's the location of the overnight volume point of control at the open, which is right here. Here's the IB low. And what is that again? The IB low, the IB high, nothing more than the high and the low of this first 1 hour of this session, RTH session. This will continue to move down with price. This will continue to move up with price until 9:30 Central Standard Time. Boop, they don't go anymore, move anymore, and that statistic will come into play. Now, and if you're new to the stream, you'll know that you won't know that I am vetting the IB statistic trades for my playbook. What does that mean? I have identified that the IB high and low, we have two trades associated with the initial balance statistic. It's called the IBC, or continuation, which means the price would go through and keep going one way or the other, or the IB failure, which means the price would come up and fail and go back down to the mean. It's essentially a mean reversion trade. Okay, what you do to vet a trade is the following. You identify a particular setup or setups, as I have done just explained, and the criteria required to validate your entry for them. Then you capture with backtesting or however you do that, which I've done, and then some forward testing with the live market, those exact setups and criteria, and you determine mathematically then if there is really a positive edge or expectancy or probability, whichever word you choose, or not. If there is, then your job is to take that trade with those specific criteria every time they present themselves in the live market. And you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest to your account. So I'm working on the IBC and IBF for about a month now. And what does that mean? That means that I don't have anything to do except watch the market and analyze what we're doing until 9:30. And then I can start to anticipate what I think might happen at that point with those two trades only. I chose the IBs because one, IBC is for a continuing or a directional market, and the IB failure is a mean reversion trade, essentially for a balanced rotational market. So I am vetting, and I will have two different types of trades for both market conditions. The balanced market is statistically many more days than the market is directional. Doesn't seem that way, perhaps, but it is. So that's, I think, pretty well caught up to now. If you're new to the stream or whatever, or just wandering through, I didn't have this on the right screen. Sorry. Here's the IB low. All that stuff I was talking about is those two trades. Sorry about that. I'm not a influencer. That's pretty for sure. Huh? If you're new to this stream and just around, well, slap something in the chat. Say hi. Click thumbs up. That'd be cool. I definitely drop something in the chat. Say hello, where you're from. Hey, Richard, what's up, dude? Hope everything's good in your part of the world. It keeps getting goofier over here, I'll tell you. Yeah, here we are. So context is basically it's not a gap and go because we didn't gap, but we have sure been going. The reason now let me re-qualify all of that. For me, a gap is range to range. So here was previous RTH high, and here is our open. So in my opinion, the way I do it, we are higher in range. And that's exactly the way IRT does it. It calculates the four open types by the open of this current RTH session as it compares to the close, which is way below us, and the range. And we continue to climb higher, which is not unexpected because we still have the gap from Friday open, right? There was the gap low from Friday, and we're just moving across that now. And that's perfectly understandable, actually. So I think I got everything happening correctly now and straightened out and fixed and whatever else. I'm on the right screens. That's a big, big plus. We have a naked volume point of control up here, or fixing to get to here pretty quick. disappointing about TopStep issues. I'm sorry they're more disappointed than I am. And I suppose they're probably up to their ass in alligators by now, I would suppose. Well, let's see what's going on now. Around the horn, here we go. Here's the micro composite. We are trading above that. Haven't closed the gap. Gap from the 31st to the 1st. No question about context here on any the markets I'm watching. Same story. Let's make sure the little guys here, the micros are working. Yeah, they are. This is the, something I can do is change this from full session to RTH session. There we go. Alrighty. And I be real honest about something. I use the same, if you notice, it's the same ES, not the ES here and the micro ES over on that tab. And I realized that when you get down to the nitty gritty of it, they can be different in pricing. Sometimes because the micro, where'd the micro go? Here you go. The micro usually has a lot higher volume. Ironically, today, it's only 20,000 shares different. Typically, sometimes it's quite skewed in because of the price, obviously, right? The micros are 1/10 the price of, or the value of a mini. But I just haven't changed these around because I don't trade volume or market profile much anymore. I do look at it and refer to it. Once upon a time, that's how I traded, but so I don't change that. I just want to point that out, that this is the ES, and when you come over here to the micros, it's still the ES on the market profile only. Everybody else is ES. Wanted to make that clear. Okay, now what are we doing? Well, what happened now? We traded right up to and didn't quite get to that naked volume point of control. Big liquidity is laying down here at about 21-ish. Only get there, 21. 223 contracts below us. $1.70 at the previous MVPOC. Had some pretty amazing volumes. Of course, it was the end of the month and stuff last month. And, what a hell of a week, right? Earnings and all those numbers, the Fed rate decision, and non-farm payroll. I tell you, pretty amazing. Been quite pleased with the way this focusing on the initial balance trades has worked out. Got one more of those, and it'll be all 5 will be XFAs. They will have passed the combine. I've never done this copy trade thing before. I actually had a real bad taste in my mouth for it. I thought, oh, what chicken shit dealer. And that's stupidity. I realized that. Take advantage of every opportunity you can. And it works slick as a whistle, near as I can tell. It doesn't, you can't do the same. They call it sim farming or whatever else. Somebody's cooked up a name for it. TopStep has it at a very limited level, like Apex or one of those. I think you have 40. Yeah, because what they are trying to do is get, you pay a combine fee for every one of them monthly. So what they're looking for is that AAR every month. It's not AAR, I guess it'd be MAR, monthly reoccurring revenue, ARA or whatever it is. Anyhow, TopStep not, but in order to be, compete a little bit, I guess they will allow 5. Now it's only in the combine and the XFA. Live account, it's just one account like normal. So there's that. And this big hoopla with the account rebuilding and all that shit that happened from last week is TopStep is in the middle of doing something else that's pretty not good, in my opinion, for me. Any new combine can only be with TopStep X. And I believe what they're saying is, I've heard both sides of it. So what I want to see is something in writing. Once you go to a live account, what Patak said online was, if you're trading like as I am, with Rhythmic and Bookmap and this stuff, and you get a live account, you can continue to trade the way you have been, which in my opinion makes sense. But then I heard somebody else say, well, when we get a live account, then we're going to only permit TopStep X. Well, that doesn't work for me. And I would suppose they're going to lose a shitload of traders. I would think. I don't know. TopStep X, I have kept, I do have it loaded, and time I will open it up and have a look at it. Sometimes I'll trade it, or Bangtam and I will trade at night, put on a trade and see what happens in the morning or something stupid like that. And it typically always is a loss, but it's fun for she and I to do. Trying to kind of get her interested a little bit away from gaming and into some kind of, and this is kind of like gaming, but you get paid, This is the TopStep X account, which I haven't even opened in, a few days. But it is built on TradingView, but a real stripped down version. For example, they don't even have bracket orders or order cancels order. It's like, what kind of shit is this? Well, we've built all these tools to help traders. No, you haven't. You've built some crap for kids that don't have any self-control. They built you can set your own daily loss limit because you're so juvenile and immature that you don't know how to manage your own risk. I don't. Now, Mike's making millions of dollars and I'm not. So which one of us is, correct? I guess you gotta look at that. Hey, Antonio, bom dia, tudo bem? Mas loco aqui. This guy, if you don't like the numbers, just fire everybody. Does that sound kind of third worldish? Does to me. Was your TopStep account messed with at all? You only use, what do you use TopStep for? You trade, you execute with IB, and you do have a TopStep account, I think. Anyway, it's been a big mess over there. In a big mess. What's happened with me is that 3 of my 5 Rhythmic combines, all of which are within one trade of passing the combine, all 5 of them are, don't show up or on Rhythmic, to be able to turn on the trade copier and thing here. I'm assuming that it'll get all sorted out today. At one point over the weekend, yeah, there you go. At one point over the weekend, the balance and everything in those 3 accounts disappeared. They were all reset to 0, which, I was ready to drive to Chicago and start shooting people. just pissed me off. But that corrected itself yesterday, and I'm assuming that the rest of them will come right. I also did send a message to whoever their support guys about it. So we'll see what happens. I got no idea why those three. Who knows? They're the 5 accounts are all exactly the same. They're all in good standing rules. They're all within the compatibility, and they're all at roughly, basically the same profit P&L, and have like 300 or 400 bucks or something like that to go for to pass the combine. Each one, all 5. Why the 3 got singled out beats the hell out of me. And they're all they're all for rhythmic and all the same stuff. I got to remember to cancel that one I threw on real fast for Quant Tower. I don't want to mess with that. I don't want to pay for another combine. So I got to be sure and cancel that. I got to see when the refresh time is and be sure I cancel it. Or the rollover time or whatever it is. So can you trade your combine through IB? Or that's what you use TopStep X for, to execute that thing? Anyway, none of my business, but just curious. Let's see now. I want to show you guys something here that I had been looking at. Huh. That's pretty weird. I guess I can't. Oh, wait. Yes, I guess I can. Maybe. Well, huh. Thank you. I guess I can't. I guess they're not here. Oh, well. Oh, wrong screen. Sorry about that. God, I'm brain dead. What I was trying to do was find a screen snap of something that I picked up. Basically, I'd been looking at them, and then Rod recommended that he'd been using them and how great it was. And I immediately jumped on one and got it and installed it over the weekend. It's an LED light bar called Quantis, Quntis. And I got the 20-inch one. It just rests with this mounting thing they have on the top of your monitor. And it's basically a light, like if you imagine over the top of a portrait in a gallery or something. It has a remote control little puck thing on your desk where you can turn it up or down to different colors and this and that and something else. Really goddamn great, boy. For my eyes and stuff, it's just phenomenal. The difference it makes is incredible. I had been looking at them, but was hesitant to get one, thinking, oh, great, it's just more hoopla, right? But yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, Antonio. Anyway, that thing is really nice if you if it's something you're interested in, depending on your environment in your office and all that. And I had posted a picture of mine, thanking Rod for the recommendation after I got it set up. But then I Where am I? Well, this was a. Let me see if I can show you. Now this was the two pictures I sent. This is my setup. It's this bar right up here, and it just provides this lighting over on the desk, straight down, no glare, and you can turn off or on this back, whatever they call that, diffusion lighting or something. That's really, and that's a huge help for me. So yeah. Anyway. I got the 20-inch one because I only wanted to get one across here rather than, I think the other one's 15 or something like that. Really great. And it's got a little round pucky thing that sits on the desk, takes 4 AAA batteries or double A's and controls it. It's really sweet. Now I see Ned was yipping and yapping about something over here, so probably the report's wrong or the window's wrong or the thing didn't print right or who knows what. Let's see what Ned had to say. I hadn't even looked. Maybe it's a different day. I thought I saw something here. Maybe not. Boomer. See, click attachment. The ETH session can be seen as anything other than long. What did I say? Did I say something? Huh. Well, here's my post. And here's what Ned put down here. I guess that wasn't to me, really. He just tagged me in because of the chart. But, yeah, okay, yeah. I thought I had done something. I thought I screwed up. Like, put the wrong snap or something stupid in there. I just wanted to be sure. I'll make sure Ned gets my little, knows I'm not dead. Okay. Nice guy. Does a lot of stuff in TopStep, not TopStep. Does a lot of stuff in the TLab. Organizes, keeps all the, it keeps all those little files and stuff under the pin organized and all that kind of stuff. Tom. All right. So there we go. Now, where am I? Well, we've gone around 9 o'clock. I'm going to check my email on my other machine over there and see if I got any response back from these support squad. I hope I don't have to have a big bunch of crap with those guys. That light bar thing is like 45. The big one, which I bought, is like $45 too. So it's cheap. I mean, relatively cheap considering. And boy, slick as a whistle. It's powered by USB. So I have it just plugged into a USB port on the back of that upper monitor. And then the remote control thing is like falling off a log simple. Really nice. I'm really happy. Big difference in my old eyes, that's for sure. And we've got the random risk on the roaming the range today, I'll tell you. No numbers, no reports, and these guys are going to be just all stumping up to the microphones and cameras, I suppose. That would be my expectation. Okay, so I got JR straightened out with numbers, or MR straightened out with numbers for the price. I didn't realize that I hadn't shared those around the price levels for the micros. I thought I did that a long time ago, but who knows? I don't remember what I had for breakfast half the time. All right. Let's go around the horn here now. There should be no question in anybody's mind what the context is so far. And we did take out this naked volume point of control from the 22nd. And what else is going on here? I want to make sure this is all working, happening the way I think it should. Yeah, just barely. Here's that POC we just took out from back on the 22nd. I just want to make sure about that. All right. I had the weirdest thing happen, and it's happening now as well. This Globex VWAP refuses to plot properly. You see how it's resetting itself up here a distance off of the session start? Beats the hell out of me, and I am so over it. And unfortunately, with Chad gone now, I don't get much response out of IRT help, and just some new shit, There's some new things started happening. And I wish it would not. I've done everything I can think of, run the database system, database tools, and scrub the data and refresh the data, and, sworn at the data and done whatever else. But I can shut it off. I know exactly what it is. It's the Globex VWAP. Right here. And oops. Now it doesn't want to even register here on my, that's pretty weird, isn't it? It doesn't even, you see how the little, there we go. Okay, it's right there. It's just on the plot. It's not on the, it's not part of the session prices, which exports to Bookmap or wherever. So if I turn this off, whoop, there it is, gone. And, I understand exactly what it is. and why it suddenly started being a pain in the ass. Now watch it. Now it's right. And the second it recalcs, this will jump over here. Or maybe it's made a liar out of me and you guys are good luck. I don't know. Let's hope so. I'll save the hell out of things right now and see if that works. I poked around with it a whole bunch of times through the weekend, course of the weekend. I try to do maintenance-y stuff. I refresh first of all, I shut down, restart each one of these machines. And of course, check for updates through the weekend. I pause the updates for a week, which means Saturday, and then I check on Saturday, and I reset the pause for 1 week every Sunday so that I don't have any obnoxious interruptions. Oh, good. That seems to be working. Well, you guys are good luck. Great. Thank you. That's super. It's always always weird to me how something works great for years, and then all of a sudden it doesn't. And it's not like the computer crashed or, some other weird thing happened. It's just, I guess when you stop and think about all the stuff going on under the hood here of our machines nowadays, it's pretty phenomenal. I heard some really phenomenal stuff. The statistics. GPU utilization. Any idea how many computations a GPU makes in a normal game environment when it's doing light ray traces and all that kind of stuff? Our stuff here is pretty lightweight when it comes to GPU utilization, which is what even makes me more frustrated when my stuff lags or whatever else. But I kind of paid attention to this thing because I'm concerned about that now and maybe having to update a GPU or whatever if I can afford that when I can. In order to do all the light ray tracing, that GPU is doing more than 1 billion computations per second. That's just amazing to me. And you guys got to remember that I'm from before the internet, before computers, before cell phones, so it's pretty amazing. I used to think about my parents that were both, they lived before airplane travel was really, and the internets and stuff, airplane travel was just getting going and there was certainly no thing like cell phones or internets or any of that stuff. The ranch that I grew up on, we had the telephone was a party line, and it'd be like ours was 2 shorts. Ring, ring, 2 short rings you pick up, and you could hear all the other people picking up their phone to hear what you were talking about. It was really funny. There was like 8 people on that party line. Pretty funny. One television station that was live, of course, it broadcast through the air. Of course, you had to have an antenna, and it signed off every day at 9:00 in the evening, 2100. And that station came out of Butte, Montana. Pretty funny. Boy, has time changed, no? Did you see where Elon Musk threatened the board that if they didn't give him a huge stock increase that he would quit, and they awarded him $30 billion worth of stock? I would have told that sumbitch not to let the door hit him in the ass if it were me. Nothing has gone right over there in the last 2 years, and he's still swaggering around like he's something special. No use for that guy. Look at here. We got 507 of them sitting at 38. My. Somebody's taking a stand right there. 38.75. Wow. Am I remiss in my... Yeah, I am. $10 minutes for that IBC, or IB statistic, I should say. Yes, sir, Bobby. So, for the sake of the stream here, the IB statistic is getting ready to set, as I mentioned earlier, at 9:30. It is nothing more than the high and down here the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So at 9:30, this will stop moving up and this will stop moving down. At that point, the IB statistic will become active, and that is very old, well understood that greater than 97.5% of the time, the IB high or the IB low is exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH trading session. That's an old market profile. I mean, that was identified back in the market profile days, and it remains, and it is valid. It's actually greater than that, but I'm lazy. Let me look at what it really is. $97.7, 98, 98.3, 97.9. So greater than 97.7% probability that the IB high or low will be taken out in the remainder of the RTH session. Today, it is 98%. Now, another one is that 32% of the time, both IB high and low are exceeded by price. But the statistic that I find interesting is if this is 98% of the time one of them is taken out, that means that 2% of the time, looking back at 2000 days, 2001 days, don't forget, looking back at 2000 days, 2% of the time, neither are taken out. That's one hell of a tradable statistic. If we're, near the end of the day, neither IB has been exceeded, and we're trading like right here, well, that would be a pretty slam dunk trade long to the IB high, or, if you see my point. So there's that. And you notice how IRT did highlight the correct open type after we opened. So it's working. Isn't that cute? Okay, is this all right? Yep. Looks like it. We're green across the board. Up 1.17% on the ES. Amazing. I wonder what volume's doing. Let's see here. Let's go over here at our volume beauty. Yep, 131% again. This chart doesn't look right to me. This is the ES daily. The purpose for me building this chart was open interest down here, and here's the SPX. It's not having a good day. I don't think. Sure, this looks exactly right. This is the SPX. So the important one is this is our 6.7% average daily range at this moment. These are harmonic rotations, which are accurate, but I still have not really figured out how to use them to trade. So if anybody's got an idea, whistle. This is our average balance and our volume and our current volume and percent volume increase or decrease. We're up 129%. Friday was up big time. It was up 130 something, I believe, if I remember right. And this is a study I've been messing around with for the IB range and stuff. But the important purpose of this, and I just realized I have not updated. I just realized I was so confused, preoccupied with all this TopStep hoopla that I didn't update the expected moves. That's, sorry about that. They're based on, and I can't really do it now because the market's already moving. Needs to be done right at between the sessions or just at the open of the ETH. It's based on the way I do them, and it's the way I've sorted out to do it. Maybe, somebody has a better idea, speak up. It is, first of all, this is, remember, this is RTH, or this is RTH only, so this is not showing the overnight. But what I do is I take the overnight open, the first candle, the open of the overnight session, and then there's a implied volatility, and some places, a site that I found it's a Black-Scholes calculation, and there's some fairly complex math involved, but there's a site that I found which shows the expected move daily, weekly, whatever. And what you do is you do it it's based on the at the money straddle. And I am no options guy, so I've probably said more than I understand right now. But anyway, it's so what I do is I take that expected move for the daily expected move that's been calculated for me. Thank you very much. And it's calculated on other platforms. I'm quite sure, Antonio, that you've got the expected move and everything calculated on the options chain from IB. I would bet my money on that. Anyway, I take that and I add it to the open price of the ETH for the upper expected move, and I subtract it for the lower expected move, and then I go out 5 days or 6 days actually from Sunday and look at the and that's where I come up with the weekly. And I was a bad little pig and didn't do that this weekend. But I will redo that and address it tonight for sure. The reason I could go look at the overnight open, of course, but the site, I'm not sure exactly when they update their that expected move stuff, This expected move stuff and everything is it's options world things, which we all know or should definitely, if you don't, recognize that that's what really shoves the futures market around, because the bigger volumes in the futures market, as I understand it, are basically options market makers hedging and stuff. We, unfortunately, as important as we all feel we are, we're not much more than a freckle on an elephant's ass, I don't think, when it comes to moving the markets around. I'd like to think so, but, probably not. One other thing that's, let me see if I can find it here. Well, we're dropping now. It is kind of interesting. The bond market we're sort of reverting back to the norm where the bonds and the dollar could become a flight to safety. Let's hope. If they continue to go down together, then big problems for anyone over here and for the global economy in general, basically. But we were well up in here all last week, and now we're starting to get around over here out of the greed category. That isn't where I was going, but anyway. I'll see if I can't find this site and then over on this machine, then I can share somehow. Okay. I don't see anything there. I haven't saved it, I guess. Bummer. All right. I was trying to get the link for you. Maybe I still can. Hold on. Yep. Okay. This is a good Sunday night thing for you to look at. It's Tasty Trade, which is Tom Sosnoff. They are the people that invented or developed and built Thinkorswim. Sold it to, I'm not sure if they sold it to Schwab directly or not. I think there was one person in the middle that bought it, another outfit, brokerage outfit, and now Schwab's got it. And then they converted to Tasty Trade Live and have sold that to somebody else now. And each time they've sold that for over $1 billion. So Sosnoff is not dumb. And I appreciate the way they think and report. This is a real interesting first call. It is, and it's a Sunday evening. So they're pretty intelligent people, way more than I am. And their talk kind of snows me under sometimes about straddle this and, credit spread that and stuff like that. But they're obviously making a hell of a lot more money than I am. And they know what they're doing. He's been a market maker. He was an options market maker in CBO, I guess, options board, Chicago Board of Options Trade or whatever it's called. CBOT, I guess it is. His entire career. And he's probably about my age. But anyway, interesting if you're interested to see that. And there we have it. First call. So we got nothing there, man. Factory orders were out at 9. They are, as was oh, Jesus. Factory orders previously were 8.2%. This actual is 4.8. Minus 4.8. I guess they're going to probably fire that guy too now, huh? We could probably save a hell of a lot of money in our government here if we just get that guy a bunch of sock puppets and he can just say, "Hi, how are you? Okay, the labor numbers are out." You know? Jesus, Christopher Christ, it's embarrassing. Really. So ludicrous. For me, it's embarrassing. Okay. Well, we are long past our initial balance set, right? There we are. This was now something I didn't point out on the IB stats. Rod in the Traders Lab and Static, good coder, good guy, good trader, worked out statistically a long time ago now that what is referred to as the IB30 statistic, and that says that the following: the high or low of the first 30 minutes has a 90-something% probability of being extended in the second 30 minutes. So that's kind of nice because you got time frame around it. The original, the old-fashioned statistic, which is in play now, says that there's a 98% probability that the IB high or the IB low will be extended sometime in the trading session today, meaning 1 millisecond after 9:30 or 1 millisecond before 1600. You know, the IB30 is kind of nice because it's confined within that 30-minute period. And so here was the IB high down here. Well, right here. Right there before 9 o'clock. And then it was extended, so the IB30 was done, and then the IB30 was done again, and then the IB30 was done again. And now we are in the IB statistics area, and if you had to bet, what would you guess? I would say we're probably going to go take the IB high. If you look at the context of the day, what in the hell are we doing? Well, we're going straight up. But it's only the first hour, don't forget. And several times last week, the tanker turned, right? It doesn't necessarily always go up forever. And if you look at the micro composite over here, which I hope is accurate, and that's what puzzles me about that other chart. This today's was down here, which I don't think is correct. Oh, but anyway, not to get sidetracked. What would you suppose this is? Well, probably short covering. You know, they got a gap up here. They haven't closed the gap yet. They got all these shorts down here, and now they're just, making them beg. My guess. The old market profile idea is that a P-shaped profile, which we definitely have here now so far, is indicative of short covering. So there's that. But let's get back to the point at hand here. So probably a good probability that we're going to take this IB high, right? It's aligned with context. It makes sense. Trying to get this all so I can see everything. The VPOC has been migrating up, or, that is another setup, which I might work on next. One thing that I feel strongly about, and I would strongly recommend, is do not try to trade to the statistic. Oh, by God, we're up here now. We're going to get this IB. It's going to be the IB high. I'm going long. That's been a real. If you're looking at it from a point of view of the VPOC migration, that could be reasonable. If we test down in here someplace, down whatever your vetting process, whatever your statistics show, well, we've got to pull back to something or another or whatever else it is, and then trade up to that IB high, that's a reasonable idea. But, don't pay attention without having this VPOC migration involved. To try to trade to the statistic was a real bad idea, and I have the statistics to prove that a lot. So in this vetting process, and when you look at the IB statistic and the IB trade, specifically the IB continuation and the IB failure trade, they only start to manifest or to set after the statistic. In other words, comes up through here, takes this statistic, trades up to this level, this 174 up here, can't get any higher, comes back down through it, comes back up and tests it, can't get over the IB high again, that's an IB short. Now, that would not be the trade I would suspect because of the context for the day. So the opposite would be we trade up through it, we come down, we come back up, test to it, test from the top, and don't get under it. That would be a trigger for the IB continuation trade, which is in alignment with context. We have a P-shaped profile, which is short covering, meaning they're squeezing them. And here's a perfect example of why trying to trade to the come up here on this statistic would not be a good idea. Because if you got long right in here somewhere thinking you're going to get up here, you've now been stopped out. Bummer. Assuming you're using I would be stopped out, assuming it's my risk neutral trade setup, which has a 3-point stop and a 3-point T1. Let me qualify all of that. If you're, Henry High Pockets and you got to stop down here at the mid and, at gazillion dollars in the account, well then it's a different story. And that's why this is all such a specifically private thing to do, private endeavor, right? Any of the things that I say are for me to hear, because I believe very strongly that your subconscious mind believes what you tell it. And why everybody says, this is not for trade advice or financial advice, because it's all based around my parameters, account size, risk tolerance, all those kind of things, which A, you don't know unless I've told you, which I try to be as transparent as possible. And B, that's not your job. That's not your position. So it's got to be your stuff. It's got to be your risk management. That's really important. And as I said earlier in the stream, way before the market even opened, I'm not trading this today because the account's still goofy and I don't have an email from those guys I know that once it's fixed, I will have to restart Bookmap and IRT. So I don't restart Bookmap unless it's a catastrophe in the middle of a session. my book map comes on at around 1700 when the ETH or the ETH session opens, and I run it through 1600 the next day. So each one of these sessions is fully recorded, and it's the full session, ETH and RTH, and I've got them back a couple of 3 years or something like that. And I would not shut it off and do all those kind of things. Even if I had an email from them that it was all clear and all I need to do was reset. I can wait till 1600, no problem. It's Monday. Thinking in advance into the future here for myself. What will be the next setups that I'll be working to vet to increase my playbook? And, as I've said about a bazillion times, the VPOC migration is so obvious because how can you miss the yellow line moving around, right? So I'm thinking about, okay, what would I be looking at as a qualifier? And that's the big problem. You can't miss the setup. But what is the context and what's the trigger? Okay, if you say, well, a pullback of X points. Okay, so there it is. Oh, no, wait. There you go. So it's a pullback of this amount of points. I don't know. I don't know how to figure that. A percentage of the movement of the migration beats the hell out of me. And we're going to take the IB high stat here now. Boom, there we go. So what will happen now? Now I would be on point for the context, right? And I can zoom in. We've traded up through it. We got all those stops and cleared out those two levels. Back to the developing value area high, not below it. Back to the IB high. Haven't gotten over it yet. And the reason I'm narrating this is what would be the trade? Would it be the IBC, which is what the context of the day is suggesting? So that would be, let's just imagine that we took a long here of the IB continuation at 42.5 and see what the hell happens. So up here at 45.5 would be the scale. Who knows? and stopped out. Ooh, substantially. So that would be a real, why? Somebody said something, I'm sure. But there's the IB failure. And that would have been wrong. And there you have it. Boom. Mr. Microphone. I guess he's decided that he's the one that decides how countries do business. Man, oh man. There you have that drop. Boom. Right at 52. Huh? And then now this Pierce up here, let's just check if that was anything more than, come on, you piece of crap. That's just a one-liner, boy. That wasn't even a V. I didn't say it at the time, but I was thinking in my head that that would kind of be a negative sign for me. They cleaned out both of those stops, and that's what they were looking to do. Of course, that's hindsight. I don't want to sound like a rearview mirror guru, but I did think that. Unfortunately, I didn't say it. And the trade that I did narrate would be stopped very definitely. So wrong way, Corrigan. It's worth remembering here, perhaps, with this India, now the big India thing, manufacturers were moving out of China to India. Apple, for example. I'm telling you, pretty weird. Well, oh boy. So we ran them up, didn't close the gap, and now we're just going to chop them around, eh? Is that the idea? What, Panda? You singing for Antonio? You're pretty loud singing today. Wow. So we had an IB failure, and now we're going to have a who knows what. Let's see what we get. We're kind of moving into a chop mode up here. That's happened the last couple of days too. Maybe they're waiting for Mr. Microphone. I think I kind of like that, Mr. Microphone. I think random risk is what I was calling them, but because there's a lot of them there. There's 3 or 4 of them seem to be real fond of cameras, and I was kind of surprised to hear some. I was going through a documentary of this Epstein fellow. Wow, what a story, that guy. That's pretty interesting if you, I can't think of the specific one I was watching, but it's a real in-depth from his youth. Oh, Patrick Boyle. Pretty sure it was it. Incredible story of that guy. Anyway, Lutnick, who is the ponytail guy, one of the cabinet puppets that we have now, people. And I say that word because it seems like they don't think for themselves. And this is Lutnick is a real example of that. Was a Democratic fundraiser, having is sponsoring big fundraisers for Hillary Clinton and stuff. He also sold a $79 million property to Jeffrey Epstein for less than cost. That doesn't sound too incriminating, or something like that is pretty amazing stuff. But I was really surprised. I thought at least he'd probably have been a MAGA guy, but apparently was quite a big shot in the Democratic Party for a long time. I guess this is the first time somebody offered him a job, maybe. I don't know, as far as a cabinet thing. I suppose that would be motivating. He's a big Wall Street guy, and obviously successful if he's, flipping $70-80 million townhouses in New York. I think he's the one that sold. I don't know. Yeah, Patrick Boyle on finance is a really good YouTube channel to follow. He's from Ireland. He's got a great sense of humor, and he's really knowledgeable. A lot of experience. Traded with Vic Niedermeyer. Had his own hedge fund. Whatever. Now I think he's making so much money on YouTube he didn't have to worry about it. But I like his sense of humor, and he does real in-depth, concise reporting. Or they are videos, streams or whatever you call them. He doesn't it's not a live stream. It's a production thing. He produces it. So, pretty funny guy. Patrick Boyle on finance. And the one about Epstein is really, really interesting. And of course, the thing that is not being put forward on any of this Epstein stuff over here is he and Trump were best friends for 15 years. He introduced Melania to Donald Trump. She was one of his girls. And, going to dinner at each other's homes and staying over and all that kind of stuff, 15 or more years. And they got in a fight and broke up. Apparently, the friendship over a property, each one wanting to buy a house in Florida. So, yeah, lots of flights and trips to the islands, and that's one that hasn't gone away. I don't know if it will or not, or if they'll. I suppose, like everything that happens with the short news cycle, it'll just be replaced. That's why there's all this, sending submarines to shadow Russia and the big drama with India and all that. It's a massive massive misdirection to get away from that Epstein story. Now they've moved Giselle What's-Her-Bucket Maxfield from wherever she was in New York or someplace to Texas. That how user-friendly is that for a mega guy? The next step being obviously work release or a a pardon. If he pardons her, that would be so incriminating to me. But I mean, good for her if she's can blackmail the president of the United States into a pardon. I don't know, she's been sentenced like 27 or 25 or something years. So that you can bet she's motivated to do that. And I believe she's pretty much of a monster, but yeah. Next thing you know, she'll be the Secretary of Health and Welfare or something, you know. Nothing would surprise me anymore. Nothing would surprise me over here, nor I sure wish they'd get that straightened out. No emails yet. No emails yet. And I'm not shutting this mess down in order my rig down here in order to see if it has been corrected, and I just don't know about it, if you know what I mean. Very hot weather. I don't like it when the computer temperature says, when the computer... Ooh, pomelo. Really good. Okay, thank you. For the Terminator. Thank you. Really good. So, wow, it's a quarter, almost Tom time here. Damn, time goes fast when you're having fun, doesn't it? Well, if you're just lurking about the stream, throw something in the chat and say hi or who you are or where you're from or something like that. Of course, a thumbs up, subscribe, send me $1 million, you know, all the usual stuff. I'll start putting pictures of my wrapped car and gold Rolex here so that I guess that's how you do it. And I, of course, don't have either. Oh, boy. Well, I hope you guys got some of this up move here. I'll bet you did. GA there, he would have had something. He's been hanging out more in the TLab again. He blew that combine up the same week he got it, or that XFA up the same week he got it. I don't know, he just doesn't want to hear about risk management. He seems like a real nice guy too. Hopefully rattle somebody or say something the way that I think that's what it does. I mean, he makes a lot of money trading when he does it. You know, he had made such increase daily in his combine, 150K combine, which means the profit target is $9,000. that in order to pass the combine to the XFA, because of the consistency rule, he had to earn an extra $3,000. So he took $12,000 to pass the combine. That's pretty, that's four 50s, and just couldn't quit clicking that mouse the next week, I guess. It really is a shame. He did mention to me once that in an email or something that he's passed like 11 combines. So that's it. He needs to just knock off the overtraining. I guess, I think a lot of people don't realize when you're doing that there's one way to go after the combine like that, where you just throw all the cards on the table, which has got nothing to do with the proper way to trade or risk management. You just go for broke, and you either pass or you blow up. So then you just redo and then away you go, I guess. I think that's the philosophy a lot of the people use. But once you get into the XFA where that can't be the case anymore, or a live account certainly, then you have to just immediately revert to the correct way to go at it. That's my plan. And but my plan is I don't start, I start out managing risk, and I think that's the way that makes sense to me to trade it. I don't care whether it's a combine or a live account or an XFA or what. I'm going to trade it exactly the same way. And everybody coming from a different spot too. I mentioned that earlier, Everybody's coming from a different place, so the motivation and what you're trying to get out of it is completely different for everybody. And as a result, the approach to it, trading, needs to be different for everybody, personalized. A thunderstorm coming through now. Apparently. Ah, damn it. I always do that. Spin the mouse on something on my other screen and accidentally move it over here and it all goes haywire. Sorry about that. Yeah. Just checking if you're awake. Boy, the clouds rolled in. It got darker night here all of a sudden. Well, definitely context is leveled out. I don't know what they're looking for or waiting for or something. They haven't closed the gap. I guess they ran out of shorts. Be my guess. They squeezed or squoze as many of them as they could, and now here we sit. Seems to me like. And what are we doing on the bigger picture over here? Well, here's how much I hate everybody, Trump. And then, and the numbers weren't so great. Interestingly enough, though, they just traded down to exactly this. This was the I hate Powell speech. Was an idiot, as stupid, is ignorant or whatever the hell, all those horrible, amazing things that the President of the United States was saying about the head of the Federal Reserve, who, incidentally, he appointed. And then that rebounded, right? But look at what we did on Friday, right to the tick. And now we're doing this. Here's our close up here at 63.5 or 53.5, sorry. 63.53.5. And this is where I have the, because we've stopped overlapping now, I quit the IB right here, or the MC. Depending on what we do here, we'll start a new one. This is the minis, of course. And we're $1.19 up, $1.20, $1.50 on the NASDAQ. Positive numbers. The NASDAQ now shows a very definite I think this is real strange. Notice that I am on the right screen. Okay, we all know that the mini or the micro is 1/10 of the minis. Logic would suggest that, and historically has suggested that we trade a lot more minis, not necessarily 10 times more micros than we do minis. But look at here, the minis on the ES are traded more minis than the micros. Now, the other way around, as expected, on the NQ, we've traded double, almost triple, the micros to the minis. That's weird, I think. Interesting or crazy talk. Something. I'm not saying I understand what any of that means, but I think it's interesting to observe. I'm going to take a run around the property here and make sure everything's secure. Looks like we got a big blow and thunderstorm coming through. Well, looks like they're making a big batch of retail soup for the lunch hour. Well, you can bet they're chopped the hell out of a bunch of people since about 9:15. 9 actually. Take care, Antonio. Don't have much to say or do this morning here. This is kind of disappointing. I still haven't had the issue remedied with my other 3 accounts, so I'm not going to be trading just the 2. And it's a goofy Monday morning anyway. But not much action here on the stream. Not really much to comment on, actually, other than the fact that we had a damn directional opening drive, and now we're just making retail soup. You know, we took the IB high right here. The IB statistic has been satisfied, so that 98% is done, and now we're just chopping them up. In alignment with the context, I didn't take the trade, but I did narrate what I was thinking. In alignment with the context and the IB trade, we traded down, we came up through it, and this would essentially have been a trigger for the long. But look at what we've got. This thing here gave me pause. And now here's another one. There's another test at the IB that couldn't get over it. And, what are you looking at? 10 handles, right? That's better than a sharp stick in the eye anyway I look at it. Man. That's for sure. Kind of tough now with this range. I can barely get $1 high on here and still have the range because of the heights. I like to have it $1 high in the entire session so far on the screen, but quite a bit of movement there. 02 to 42L, 40 handles wide on that range. Very definitely a short squeeze. Very definitely a short squeeze. I wish these people would answer me back. That's kind of frustrating. I like the old days when you'd call TopStep, and I can even still very definitely remember the whole music. And you always got somebody live, and but they've grown exponentially, I would suppose. I don't suppose that. I know that. They've grown exponentially. Now they got this TopStep TV thing, and they're going to be, I understand, or I believe, or whatever. They're going to wind the prop thing off and go to a brokerage, morph into a brokerage. I suppose then the prop guys would be able to take whatever balance they had of theirs and turn that into a brokerage account or whatever else. But I think that's where they're going. Now these kind of days. So stand by. I'm going to sneeze. Sorry. These kind of days are certainly not in my time frame or fractal. Okay, but if you're good with trading 7-point swings, it's mean reversion time or rotational time. That's good. There's one, there's one, there's one, there's one, there's one. Not so much a one. Here's one. Where are we going here? You know what I mean? If that's the kind of trading you can do back and forth around this fractal, that's a fine idea. But it's not in my trade plan, and it doesn't fit my risk-reward ideas. As Tom would say, there's not enough meat on the bone. This 7-8 handles is, but it doesn't meet the criteria of my trade. So that's why I'm not looking at it. And we came ripping out of the box here on an opening drive. Halfway through the gap. And now we're just, tight rotations. So like I was saying before, if you're good at trading, if it's part of your trade plan to trade these swings and these rotations, then that's great. And there's the IB high and that big stop run up here, the sweep that took out both of these resting liquidities. And then we've got, 6-7 points. The problem is here's the POC. So we're just trading back and forth around it, across it, which is exactly to be expected. That's why they say don't diddle in the middle, don't trade in middle out. And, by definition, it is the most traded. It is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. What does that mean? That means that the likelihood of going both sides of this thing is the highest so far in the session. So is it a target rich risk let's say reward skewed location? I don't think so. Oh, there we go. Breaking out to the top side now for a change. Oh, we're going to get up here to these 209s at 50? Probably. Keep this on mute. I'm printing a bunch of stuff, and this old printer sounds like a baler. Now they've moved it up here, and they're going to build another fractal up higher from the looks of it. What have we got? 266 up here at 63.5. Been sitting there for a while. What was I doing? Yeah. Thinking. Wow, now here is there's a pain in the ass in there. Look at this little fractal up here. What are we talking about? 47 to 43. Ooh, 4 points. Well, that's got some people stirred up. And not this people. Well, here we have a bar trade. They did take out that liquidity I pointed out earlier. Still haven't closed the gap. This would be a bar trade in static. It's basically a breakout and a retest, but it didn't ever retest, right? This is real subjective. Was this a breakout and a retest? Is this a breakout and retest? I'm trying to eliminate those real subjective situations. I'm going to go figure out what I can forage on here. Huh. Well, quite a day, huh? The account issue hasn't been resolved on my side, so that's unfortunate. And I'm going to have to try to make a phone call, I guess, and just find out what's going on. If they don't get it together here pretty quick. This would have been a qualifying IB continuation trade here, in the direction of trade, in the direction of context, and this V-shaped reversal and test back here for the trigger. Now, it would have been qualifying in that it would have gotten to a risk neutral scale, but certainly not to the profit target yet. This was not really a qualifying. Yeah, I guess you could call that. Would have been a nail biter though, because of all these different tests down here. Neither one of these are, out of 12 ticks, which is where my profit targets are. However, having said that, up above us here, we do have the gap high from the 30th. Still intact. And actually, the previous all-time high from around the 18th, which I guess I can take off of here now. The way my workflow is, once a level has been revisited, then I change the text to black, and I'll remove it this weekend. Well, I don't see any good news on from this outfit, so I'm going to have to call them here in a minute, I guess. Take a run around the horn. Friday, today. Closing the gap is right there. We're still up about 1.3% almost. But that's, you got to remember that's from Friday, and Friday was a catastrophic bummer right over here for in that regard. And here we have the session today. This is one of my ideas here is to Rod, got it from Rod. All attributed to the guy who came up with it, just to keep the entire platform on, or the entire session on view in the heat map here through the day, and then whenever I get to an anticipated area when I would normally engage with the market, then can zoom in and look for your triggers and all those things. And I put a vertical line on them here so I don't have to read. I could just, look at the big deal and scroll back. I know where the line is. I don't have to watch the times. And I like to keep them about $1 high, but it's a little too much market here. Too much volatility, I guess. What are we doing over here? Well, the volume has come down some. It was about 121 or 22% this morning. And we were up at an ATR at 6.5. So we've quieted down. That was when we had the big pump up, was when we had that high volume. S&P daily ES with I don't know whether this, I don't know if this chart does me any good, to be honest with you. Doesn't seem to change much. This is the open interest. It would be much better to have numbers and a table, I think. Doesn't do much for me. I don't know. SPX, this is the harmonic rotations today so far. And delta divergence, ATR. So there we are. This is just a study for, in this case, it's opening initial balance ranges, and a study for where they fit within the mode mean and etc. This is the micros, which I plot and push the levels for, share the levels. If the session prices are of any value to you or interest, I share them freely with many people in TLab and Static, and would be glad to share them to anyone here. These are the session prices. They are pushed from my IRT, starting at 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday. Live, real time, all the session prices. Drop something in the chat. Thumbs up, that kind of thing, and we'll make a plan to get the. It's the way I do it here, or that I share, is these are internally pushed from my IRT to here in Bookmap, but the ones I share go to Google, the Google Drive, and then I share the link And you can just paste that link and put that link in your Cloud Notes column or wherever, however you want to use it, Excel or something. And there they are. Boom. So that's that. Oh, and you know what I forgot all day today? Totally forgot to kick on the music. I completely forgot that. Well, there you go. Preoccupied with this other noise. That's happening around here. I got to get this thing straightened out so I can be back in the market tomorrow. That doesn't make me happy. There we go. All right, power hour, huh? Here we go. This is not exactly my version of a power day, but if you are trading this, I hope you are successful. The trades that I'm betting, I've only set up twice, once, and then again here. And neither one of them would have gone to my T2, my second profit target. They both would have been scaled. But earlier in the stream, I narrated here, when you look at it in proper fashion, rearview mirror, of course, and that's, I certainly don't, I'm not pretending that that's something I did do, and I really have no use for people that do that rearview mirror stuff. But then again, there's a difference between reviewing the day and how it played out and pretending that you did something. You know what I mean? And in the stream, I did talk about this right here. And I said, okay, so let's pretend that this is there's the stream was taken out. Both of these liquidities were hit. And then we came down, tested up. That could have been a IB continuation trade. Obviously, it would have been a stop out immediately. I did not take that, and I said so very very plainly. Here's another one where we come back through again. This is actually much better because we trade down to it, to the IB, but not through it. Okay, and then that could have been an entry, a trigger. Also, or had you gotten in here, you're still in, right? And here's another one. Now, again, I haven't taken any trades, and as I said, pre-market, I'm not going to today because of the problem with the account that they're still trying to sort out over there at TopStep. And on that note, since I haven't received any communication back, which I was supposed to, according to Wendy or whatever that thing's name is, I'm going to call them. So I'm going on mute here because phone, you can get this from the Discord, contact support, TopStep. And I'm going to call the 888 number here and see where I get, see where I end up. Who the hell knows? Well, that wasn't very satisfying. First, they've got Hogue recording the voice stuff for the phone. That was pretty funny. But it's just bullshit. Press 1 for TopStep X, press 2 for other platforms, press 3 for something else. I've tried one of each, and the response is, and then he comes out, sorry, due to a high call platform or high call volume, we're unable to take your call at this time. Start a chat with Wendy on the thing. So it's just typical horseshit. I mean, just a runaround, right? Too bad. If they let their one of the things TopStep always had was good support. And if that falls apart, I can't imagine how that could be good for them. But anyway, so much for that, huh? Pretty disappointing. Ooh, we had a VPOC migration while I was busy getting the runaround. From, hey, doesn't say his name, but I've heard Hogue talk for 10 years. Quite disappointing, though, I'll tell you, that they aren't able to do that. And I can imagine they are having higher than normal phone volume, call volume. If I'm certain I'm not one of the only ones involved here. So what have we got besides the irritated old guy? Just disappointed more than irritated, I guess, and disappointed. Having no problems getting email that rebilling is going to happen in such and such a day. You know what I mean? That's the part that's always funny. These outfits are always slow to resolve things on their side, but boy, billing and all those kind of things, no problem having that work. And I realize that they're separate entities, but with this day and age and all of the automation and computer stuff we have, you would think that with known issues having been reported and tickets being started by myself, for example, that their billing side would get a heads up about that and say something. I guess not. And probably boils down to the fact that they really just don't care. Numbers are so great. I have no idea how many, I think pretty closely guarded secret, how many people are involved in combines with TopStep or, accounts or whatever. But TAC did say the other once, some passing comment, not long ago, that they're processing like over 4,500 payouts monthly. So that would mean that at least 4,500 people are in XFA or live and requesting payouts monthly. Oh, that's pretty cool. Anyway, that's disappointing. I'm worried about me, not somebody else, though. Are they going to get up there and get that high close or that gap close? I wonder, from Thursday to Friday. And we're going to round the curve here pretty quick for that final push to the top. As per usual, I will end the stream at about 1500. Essentially, no trades on by me today, as I discussed early in the pre-market. Why? And I don't have any setup that would have been validated here. I suppose if you called it a VPOC migration right off the open, you had a wonderful day, and I hope you did. Myself, I wouldn't be anything that would have been presented to me because I'm working on the IB trades, and I've talked about that quite a bit now for the last few days. Yeah, the random risk seems to be running supreme here, and there was really no news out today, or reports anyway. The this is the you can see how there was essentially nothing except the factory orders at 9. And there's been a couple of a bunch of these Trump deals. Here's how they're going to punish it, the Indian market. The economic calendar here, and there's really no, there's a few earnings. Palantir, with the little half moon or quarter moon, that means that they will report after the close. The little sun guy means it was before the open. So Palantir and whoever some of these others are, the only name that really strikes out to me. And the SBA, communication, never mind. Lowe's, of course. Tyson Food, I know of them. But Palantir seems to be the big inside play now with, Peter Thiel and those guys, and being in, I don't know who's in whose pocket, whether you'd say that the admin is in their pocket or the other way around. But that's the play. Tomorrow we've got AMD and some of the chips, SCAT. The drug stocks, quite a big earnings play tomorrow. And what do we got for the calendar tomorrow? Let's look at that, shall we? Exports, trade balance, S&P Global Services PMI, non-manufacturing prices. Wonder who they'll. I don't know who he would try to fire. I guess he could try to fire somebody in the S&P over here or something. I don't know. And the 3-year note auction, Atlanta Fed, and the API. So that's the earnings for tomorrow, and the economic calendar and the earnings for tomorrow. What do we got over here for overnight? It's still not a big day. This is all of tomorrow as far as financial juice is concerned. Here's the U.S. stuff starts kicking in here at 7:30. Canadian trade balance. They got hit with 35% tariffs for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't understand that. And fortunately, a lot of people a lot smarter than I am don't understand it, so I don't feel so bad. Here we go. Well, what did we do? Let's assume that you got any one. Let's just say you got any one of these. That's only 43. Well, almost 10. Almost 10 handles there. Not quite. So that, assuming that you got in that trade here, if you gotten in here when I was talking about it originally, you stopped out. If you re-entered here, that's 11 o'clock. So you've been in it for almost 4 hours and have not hit your target of the T2 target. It would be scaled, so, go take a nap, go for a bike ride, whatever, no problem. That's the beautiful part about the brackets and the risk neutral methodology. Once that scale is on, once the trade is on, you don't mess with any of the targets and step back. And then once that scale is hit and the trade is risk neutral, the worst that can possibly happen is a scratch. So, and that looks like this right here. This is the minimum risk neutral package, 2 lots. They have to be, if you can follow this idea, it has to be equal numbers of contracts. And I'll tell you why. Stop for the entire package is at a tick location that you determine with your homework, your risk appetite, your account size. If it's one of these prop accounts or something, what's your daily loss limit and how many losses can, say it's $900. Well, that, and at a 2 lot for 12 ticks, that's 3 stops in a day. Your loss limit's it. You know what I mean? You got to think of all those things and then set this appropriately. And the most important should be risk parameters and market volatility. If the market is flying around 25 handles, you better not be getting in a trade with a 12-tick stop, or you're going to just spend a lot of time taking stops. You know what I mean? So that's that. Once this is set, the T1 target, target, or the risk neutral target it's mandatory, and it's already set. And why do I say that? Because the stop for the T1 is at the same number of ticks as the stop is, but in the positive, of course. If this is a short trade and it's, or let's go for a long trade, people easier for them to think about it. If your stop is minus 12 ticks, then your T1 is going to be positive 12 ticks. Fortunately, the bracket configuration here in Bookmap, you don't have to tell it short or long. You don't have to make one of these for shorts and one of these for longs. It's smart enough to know which way you went. And the first take profit size is for half of the package. In this case, one contract. The minute you achieve this target, the worst that you can possibly do is scratch. Unless you move your stop away from your entry, and then you got a lot bigger issues to think about and to deal with. Strictly between your ears, because there's no reason why you would do that unless it was just fear and confusion, whatever. And then there's the runner. For example, if you want to do a 4 lot, guess what it is? 4 lots, 12 ticks, 2 lots, 12 ticks, and then 2 runners. Back a couple of 3 months ago when we had, volatility reigned supreme, I came up with these, which was a 4 lots, 24 ticks. 2 lots, 24 ticks, 48.96. So that's how it works. And in this case, we're going to back here to the smallest one. That's the risk neutral package. And a couple things you need to do here, which I went through in the pre-market, but we'll go over them again. To trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel right here and select which way you're going to interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place the mouse can trade is in this active data column. If you choose dome, the only place the mouse is live to trade is in the dome columns, and both, of course, is for both columns. You can set up your hotkeys to trade in any of those 3 choices, but you must remember that you need to have the focus of the computer on this application. Click up here, click there, something, if you've been away from it or if you have more screens, for example, like I do. If I'm monkeying around over here on IRT someplace and I go, see, look at over here. Okay, well, we had this and this and this and this, and I click here and then jump back over here. If I saw something and I wanted to enter with my hotkeys, it would not work because the focus of the computer is still over on IRT. So I would need to click here or up here. Now it's there. You never have to worry about that when you're trading with a mouse, of course. The next thing and last thing I do after I've set this stuff up and the brackets, the multi-brackets, I confirm that it's the right number of contracts for the package I selected. And I hit this again. Now it stays open because we selected both. It stays green and unlocked, but I get the real estate back here and I still have the same functionality up here that I need. I can cancel a trade, I can close all trades, and I see all my various metrics in ticks. There you go. Well, we got to the old all-time high. I would be just kind of amazed if they close the day out and we don't take this gap high from Friday. That's the gap high. That was Thursday's low. Obviously, the 30th. And then the hot gap high would be Friday's number. In this case, it would be Friday's high. Excuse me, high. So there you go. There's a run around the horn there, a run around the bases anyway. Sorry that I'm not doing anything. That's more disappointing to me than you, I'm sure. The reason I want to make sure that I have this all straightened out is as I explained in the pre-market, this is a TopStep combine copying to 4 other accounts. So, and it's been just progressing nicely, and I was about $300 or half of one trade of the risk neutral package to go for passing all 5 combines and the XFAs, and then the XFA. So I don't want to split them up. I still two, and for whatever reason, after they had the big data problem on Friday, 3 of my combines, they are still all intact as far as the dashboard goes. But when I open, this is driven by Rhythmic data. Both Bookmap and IRT are driven by Rhythmic market by order level 2 data, paid for through TopStep. And for some reason, 3 of the accounts are not pulling through as they are supposed to. 2 of them do, but 3 of them are not. So, and I've tried to call several times now, and that's irritating and frustrating. For sure. So we'll see where we go. And we have only had 1, 2, 3 VPOC migrations today, which is kind of, I don't know, you call it a slow market or what, but sometimes we'll have 10. Considering the high volume, to have such a slow or few VPOC migrations is, I think, a little bit weird. What does that mean? Well, it means we did a lot of volume and we didn't make much ground or lose much ground. In fact, we didn't lose any ground. If you were clever and an internet guru and whatever, and you went long right at the open, well, you're just happier than a pig in the mud up here, right? You're up here, 52 handles, 50 handles. That'd be pretty nice. But I am confident that there are people that trade that way. As a matter of fact, I know of one who comes in the stream here now and then. And I'm sure he got hopefully long trading to close the gap at the open. And then, you're thinking you're just fat, dumb, and happy and thinking you're a genius, right? But that's, in my view, which is this stream, right? Remember the purpose of the stream, or the point of it, why I started it. I enjoy the interaction with people, and I enjoy the doing it. But the reason for it is to narrate and be my virtual journal. So when I see what's on my screens, but in order to get insight as to what I was thinking, I am talking, I'm narrating. And in order to, so essentially I'm talking to myself here. And I very definitely believe that your subconscious mind, and it's been, I think, scientifically borne out, that your subconscious mind believes what you tell it. And I am trying to be somewhat rigid and methodical about my trading now, following this plan, vetting the IB high, IB high or low, and following the vetting process. Once that's over, add that trade to my playbook and then figure out the next thing I'm going to vet. And so if, to just grab along at the open or throw a trade on at the open, or now that's is gambling, or it certainly isn't any kind of a methodical trade. However, having said that now, speaking of TopStep and John Hoagland, every day they put on a gold trade opening range breakout, they call it, and they do it in a 1 minute. So at the end of 1 minute, they put a long above the market and a short below the market, resting order, limit order below the market. Whichever one gets hit and activated, they cancel the other one and make it a stop, and then they sit back. So if they did that today, then they are riding this long all the way to the top. I don't know the statistics about that, and those guys don't, if they do actually calculate and capture statistics, they don't ever talk about it. You know, high probability, things like that, but there's never any real statistics quoted that I hear. I'm not saying there's not, I'm just saying what I hear. So there's that. That is a way you could look at that and say, well, this is what I'm going to do. This is going to be my opening swing thing. But be prepared to get one of the things about that Hoag does say is that it doesn't have a high probability at all, but when it hits good. Okay, so I think without doing the statistics, you would want to know, is it profitable over a statistically significant data set of trades? Or is it just fun for TopStep TV and it loses money? You know, if you understand what I mean. Today is an example that it would have made money. And there could have been 10 examples in the last 10 days where it lost. Well, depending on how big your stop is, because they don't use a risk neutral bracket or anything like that. They base their stop on the range and the number of contracts. If it's a tight range, I think they put on more than one, and they'll put the stop just below the other side. But what if that first minute has got 20 handles? Well, they're taking a 20, and they get it, and it comes back in their face. They're taking a 20 handle stop. So that kind of a trade I don't think, isn't probably ever going to fit into my wheelhouse, actually. And now we have fast approaching the market on close orders, which is at 1450. If you're lurking about the stream there, slap a thumbs up and drop your name in the chat or something, say hi. If you're interested in these session prices, continue, live and updated in real time, drop something in the chat there to say so and make a plan. Stream every day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 Central Standard Time. And this is any times I refer to or any times you see on my charts are Central Standard. Now, the one time I do vary that schedule, and I started last week, just see how it works, for non-farm payroll, which is the first Friday of every month, unless there's one kind of peculiar example, a holiday in there. If there's a holiday, they change it. But anyway, the first Friday of every month, and it comes out at 7:30. And so I bumped my stream up to 7 o'clock Central Standard in anticipation of the non-farm. I'm not sure whether I'm going to make that a thing. I've also considered having a short stream in the first of the ETH session, the evenings. But these are stand-up desks, and I'm standing here since 6 in the morning with a little break until at least 1600. So I think that's probably enough. And that overnight trade is overnight markets, slow markets, or whatever you want to call it, is just that. I think when you're in a stream or when you're trying to do stuff like that, one might try to force a trade, which is a bad thing to do. And I try to be real conscious of not doing that. But I know I've caught myself standing here thinking, man, I haven't had a trade in a couple of 3 days. I got to do something, or thinking to myself, I need to make some sort of a rule in I don't change my trade plan during the market live hours. I think them through and I change them in my study time off hour. So if I made a change tonight, then it would be in force tomorrow. I've thought about making a deal where I take one trade a day, but that's stupid. You should take a trade when it presents itself. Maybe there's 2, or 3. What the hell? Or there's 3 days and there's nothing. So that's what's been rolling around in my mind. One of the things that one of the reasons for thinking that way is I've sort of been suffering from analysis paralysis lately. Not so bad the last little while, but there for a while. And I had some non-trading related things happen. So when I'm on tilt in any way, I don't trade. Wouldn't say that I was on tilt then, but if you have a pretty significant change in your life or whatever, then you better make sure you've got a firm understanding of how that's affecting you psychologically and emotionally when you get ready to trade. This is what I believe, and I'm talking to myself here. So, and I'm just letting other people listen. All right. Sorry about that. Rattling around with something on my desk. Well, that's disappointing that you got to listen to the whole spiel and then you get the we don't give a shit. We don't want to talk to you. And, I suppose they are covered up with phone calls, I guess. I don't know. Would seem that if they're constantly turning support calls away, that they would be adding to their support staff, maybe. I would find that to be more beneficial. I would think of that as a more beneficial plus for my company than, some nonsense TopStep TV thing or whatever they're doing, But I guess they're trying to get more takers. I guess. They don't give those houses away up in Aspen, Spatak's got himself a pretty fantastic life. And made every penny of it, made it. So I'm not taking anything away from him. He's the one that came up with the whole idea and started the whole prop thing, period. He and John Hoagland and, other people turned out to be TopStep, but he was the motivating force for it. And it's paid off in freaking spades, boy. So no taking that away from them. Now they're going to bump up here and close that gap. I wouldn't be at all surprised. We're going to be closed here, and there was 50 and not much happened. Here's our 50 number. Here's a marker on close, and that's about a dud. They've been just amazingly limp lately. used to be a really big deal where we'd get, 10, 15 point swing. That is this, 2.5. And I don't know what the market on close orders are looking like now, but we'll find out. Well, there is 668 million on the buy side of the S&P, 376 million contracts on the buy side of the NASDAQ, 374 on the Dow 30, and 205 on the Mag 7. All buy side. And these are, I wouldn't say low, and they are certainly not high. Last week we were getting 3 billion, 200 and something million contracts on the S&P. Think about that for a minute. Think about multiple billion contracts trading on close orders at $12.50 a tick. Think about that for a second. It blows my mind. I can't get my head around a billion anyway, so, but wow. And now we've got two companies in the NASDAQ. I think two companies here that are with over a $4 trillion market cap. Pretty amazing. And we've got about 7.5 minutes to go. I'm going to be pretty disappointed in these kids if they don't get up here and smack that gap. By golly. Come on, kids. Hit the gap. Come on. Not that I really care, but it would be kind of strange if they got all this way and did all this trading up today and didn't get there. Would be sort of surprising. Now, could very definitely be on the closing swing trade, right? Where we'll just get a roop and it'll run up. This trade today, by definition, is short covering. They started out squeezing them right over here, and the rest has been short covering. Indicative of, it is illustrated by a P-shaped profile. And here we go. Now they're going to run it up there and tag that out. Sure as the world. And that would have made the T2, would have just gotten the T2 target right there. It's 12 handles. So any one of these IBCs you got into? No, not yet. Yeah, just barely. 42 half, 52 half is 10 and 54. We need 54 half right there would have been the T2 target for 4 or 5 hours. And now we're going to close the gap, I'm sure. If not now, in the closing swing. For sure. Sorry. Once again, thanks for coming by. Feedback, drop something in the chat, click the thumbs up, subscribe, send $1 million, whatever works. Okay, maybe not. Never hurts to ask, right? Well, there we go. Some little diligent gap guy. No, he still don't have it. That's pretty funny. We're going to close here in 4.5 minutes. And don't forget that this is 1,500 is the cash close. And typically then about 15.15 is when the curb trade's over with and the market kind of fluffs around until 1,600. But, you know, they can sometimes make a direction there. I just needed to have a time to cut it off, and I figured 1,500 was about when I lose my interest. And if you're trading one of the prop outfits, most of them, which this is a combine account. Remember, I talked about all about that. The idea being it will be completely accountable and transparent from 0 to hero here. So they have a rule that you've got to be flat by, I think it's 15.15 or 15.10. I think pretty much all of them do. So that was another motivating factor for why I just chop it off around 1,500. Was also some other stuff. During the school year, I would pick my daughter up and things like that. So there was more to it. But that's the main motivation. There we go. Now we got that gap. Yay, gap. Cool. They closed the gap. Isn't that exciting? Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. They didn't close it by much, though, did they? It doesn't mean they're going to quit now, but it my workflow, in case you're wondering what the hell I'm doing here, is I change the text to black on any of these levels or numbers once they've been hit, and then at weekend, unless I think it's important something, that I want to keep on here, I take them off over the weekend. My objective here, which I think I forgot to mention, probably, I want to have all of the information I need that I find important to trade here in front of me on the hard right edge. Price action on the hard right edge, and then the numbers and the two volume profiles. And right now there's no high and low volume node because they're way up above us in that other. Well, they're not way up above us. They're right here, up there. And then actually, there they are. This is from the previous micro composite. And here's the VPOC from the 29th. And here is an unrevisited naked volume point of control. Well, there you go. These levels are all manually input here by me. The volume nodes are pushed automatically. Session prices are pushed automatically. And of course, the volume profiles are automatic, and this damn thing over here is frustrating. Now we're going to be closed here, boys and girls. We've got 30 seconds. Here comes the liquidity choking in around them. All those market on close orders been smacked out there. Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. What else was I going to say? Something. Yep. Now there's naked volume points of control there. Confirm them here. Yep, there we are. 74.5. So that naked volume point of control we saw just above us there, 74.5. I'll bet you that's exactly where it is. Love it when a plan comes together. Oh, look there. 74.5, and a high volume node to boot. Well, there you go. So there's our day. There's our start. Actually, if you're, patient, there was really no heat once you got in up here. There was essentially no heat on the IB continuation trade through T1 or T2. So the way these volume dots work, in case you're new here or whatever, these are the sizes by the volume, of course, and the color is determined. They're delta. So if it is a red ball, that was it. There were more sellers than buyers, more trades sold than bought, and aggressively. And that brings me to the fact that there is no such thing as more sellers than buyers or buyers than sellers in futures. For every seller, there is a buyer. The way the market goes up is aggressive. So the buyers are aggressive and they reach across the book and take out and hit these ask or offer orders on this side. And for the market to go down, the opposite happens. The sellers are aggressive and they come across the book and hit over here. But there is absolutely never, ever more sellers than buyers or vice versa, because it's futures. It is a contract between a buyer and a seller. If you hear somebody tell you that there's more, that went up because there was more buyers than sellers or whatever, you can call them whatever name you'd like, or at least just don't listen to any more they say, because it's not true. That's a real big cutoff for me. And I've heard people say at surprising places on TopStep TV, one of the coaches over there, well, we went down because we had more sellers than buyers. And I called him out on it, and he's hasn't liked me ever since. But it's the truth. I mean, that's, I think somebody in that position especially should be giving out the right information and not bogus. 537 and 224 just below them. Going to be a while for these guys come through here, huh? That's a pile of liquidity living there. That's those orders. That's those sell orders or buy orders or whatever they were. Oh, buy orders, yeah. They're still winding through them, I guess. And you see the big spike here. Okay, well, let's see if these jokers get this mess fixed. I sure hope so. I don't know what to do if you can't call them. That's really, that really sucks, frankly. That's a real bad deal, in my opinion. Anyway, have a great night. Get out and do something for yourself, your health, your family, whatever. Get away from the screens. A balanced life and a healthy body is real important for your mind, and your mind is what you use to trade with. So, it's as important to look after those things. Good, proper amount of sleep and diet, and, stay up till 3 a.m. getting hammered and then expect to be a good trader at 7:30 or 8, you're probably kidding yourself. Long term, for sure. And anybody can have short-term results, of course. But anyway, so there we go. Have a good one.